program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon to all of you live safari goers around the world, and welcome to another Sunset Safari with WildEarth TV. Coming to you very much live and on drive at Leopard Dam. My name is Liam Burrow. I'm the naturalist out here on the Pridelands Game Reserve, Eco-Training's property outside the town of Hoedspruit. Man behind the lens is BK Uhuru. Superb. Well, a very windy afternoon by the water's edge with not a whole lot to report. Oh, and now even less. We had a couple of terrapins, but perhaps they weren't paid. These guys are off on other missions. What's BK got there? That looks like a bunting. I think that's an orange-breasted bunting right there. Very, very nice bird. A little splash of colour. Beautiful. Yeah, BK with the eagle eyes. Yeah, as ever, when the big heavy-bodied species are absent, the birds very often look after us. They're always present. But before we get too carried away looking for things to talk about, we'd love to remind you that these drives are interactive. That's the whole idea. So please keep those questions coming throughout the show. If you haven't already done, head to our website and register. That's a nice direct way to do it. Download our app if you've got a smartphone or a tablet or anything like that. You can also always get in touch on Twitter. Yeah, look at that shimmer on the water. The wind still gusting. About 20 knots. Good afternoon there, Anna. Lovely to have you with us. I'm sure it's going to be an action-packed afternoon, one way or another. It might be windy, but at least it's dry. And we can deal with the breeze. It gets very, very challenging if it starts to rain, though. And no rain forecast for us, at least, here in Pridelands. So that's good for us. There's quite a bit of stuff active on the property. We've had ellies coming through our camp throughout the day. Also lots of giraffe around, the odd buffalo or two, and perhaps a leopard or a lion once it gets dark. Who knows? All right, well, with no further ado, I think it might be a good plan to start bumbling, try and cover some ground this afternoon. So let's crack on. Still very, very hopeful in one of these last couple of drives to come across that Ezelwini bull. And we last saw him exiting out of the property to the north, up this way somewhere. So you never know. Maybe if the safari gods are smiling on us, he'll make a loop back round and come back for one last visit. But anyway, speaking of wind and plans for the afternoon, let's have a look at the weather.
Well, as you could see with the weather forecast this afternoon, it is quite cloudy and windy here at Djuma, but we've got some nice elephants here in the drainage line. I know that Liam is busy looking for Isal Weenie, that big male elephant, but you know, we've got some young ones in the drainage line just behind Treehouse Dam. Maybe about 5 or 6 elephants in this herd, not a big herd. But yes, I'm very excited to get out on safari this afternoon. But yes, good afternoon everybody. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera on Rusty we got Gert. And yes, we are at Djuma in the Sabi Sands, of course, in South Africa. And it's windy, it's very gusty and cold. I've got my fleece on, I've got a scarf that's wrapped around my neck. I am prepped for a coolish afternoon, but I'm also prepped for an exciting afternoon. As you can see, what a way to start. Some elefantes. Of course, the ranger race is still continuing. It's our last day for a ranger race. I'm going to try and see if we can get more species on the list for myself. I know that I am a little bit behind with some of the stuff, but it's alright. I will try and get some birds, but it's going to be quite tough for birds today. Justin, something last day of ranger race. Sorry, breaking up badly there. I think it should say Justin says last day of ranger race. Let's go. Is that correct? I just heard a just. There was no tin to it. Just. So there's Justin. Oh, what a lucky guess there. Justin, yes, last day of ranger race, and well, let's get going. I think I'm looking forward to it. My plan of action, I've got male leopard tracks here. He's coming from Treehouse Dam, heading, of course, here on Savage Track on top of our vehicle tracks, heading towards Twin Dams. So I might head into that direction. We have Twin Dams area where Lauren as well left Tlumba this morning, that female leopard. She left Tlumba a little bit further east from Twin Dams, so I think Twin Dams might be one. Oh, that was a Aramark babbler, hey? Yes, thank you, well done, Gert. See, Gert's on my side. There was an Aramark babbler, and I haven't got an Aramark babbler on my list. Look at that. Oh, beautiful, nice little family that's flying past. Gee, what a start. What a start. Yes. And it's fork-tailed dronga. I don't have a fork. No, I do have a fork-tail. Sorry, I almost got excited about that. I forgot exactly what I've seen. But I know I haven't seen an Aramark babbler. That's one thing. Elefantes. Yep, we've got them. But there's something that looks like a little bit of a youngish one. Not the oldest of elephants is. Maybe like a little tusks coming through, already quite far out. Maybe 8, 9 years old. Enjoying this grass here in the drainage line. Still some lush vegetation. Oh, there's a lilac-breasted roller that just flew behind him. There, you see that? Wait, it's going to come out. There's it. You can see a lilac-breasted roller right behind in the grass. I haven't got a lilac-breasted roller, so that is a second one on my list for this afternoon. So it went a little bit up. There it is. There it is. In it. Down there. Yeah. Alright, well, we're going to continue. Let's head over to Trish to see what she's up to in Madikwe.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Madikwe Game Reserve. It's me, Trish. I've got Lloyd on camera with me. It's nice and warm, which is lovely. In fact, towards the end of the morning, it started to warm up quite nicely. And we are making our way a little further north than we were even yesterday, like northwestish. And we're going to visit a dam called Chikudu Dam. Chikudu means rhino in Setswana. In fact, you'd see around many reserves they'll name their dams and pans after animals, sometimes in English, sometimes in the local language. And we're driving along our favorite road, Makakeng Road, to get to Chikudu Dam, but we need to go quite a bit further. We did have some impala to show you, but just on cue they decided to leave. So we'll see if there's anything else we can add to our species list, but it would be nice to get some mammals in. I think so far on our species list, my favorite one that was kind of out of the ordinary, not what I was expecting, was a klipspringer. Hi Dream Wild, you say you're literally on your sofa with your eyes glued to the screen. I hope not literally, but I can imagine that you're literally on your sofa. And tell me, are you listening to us in surround sound? Are you having a snack maybe? I've got a snack today, and remember now, a couple days ago I told you about the beetroot berry cubes that are just so delicious. Jelly cubes. Now I've got a ginger, mango, and something else. Also very tasty. It's important to refine your snacking, your safari snacking. If you're at home, though, it's a different story. But we have a bit of a rolling start this time round, and that's because we have some distance to cover before we actually get to Chikudu Dam. So if the impalas did stick around, of course we would have showed them to you, but they didn't. Because why? Because they have director's comms, that's why. So we're keeping it moving. We haven't been to this dam before, but it seems to be a fairly popular one, and there were reports of lions near Chikudu Dam, but there were also reports of that cheetah mum and her cubs a little bit even further past Chikudu Dam. So maybe we'll get lucky.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
couple of big ellie bulls there. Again, this is kind of the area that the Ezulwini bull would be using to come back into the property if he was doing that. I've got no reason to believe this is specifically his little bachelor herd, but it might be worth a little bit of investigating. You never know. I don't really want to off-road where I don't have to. Just part of trying to keep our impact on the bush as low as possible. But let's see. If it was Ezulwini, we certainly would make a plan to try and get off the road. Oh, crunch. Timber! And this bull has pushed over a large tree.
Good afternoon everyone. It is chilly, it is a very cold one, but hello, my name is Lauren. I do have Owen Dell, aka the Cheese Master, on camera. Yes, Owen loves to bring cheese on drive. Not just a little bit of cheese, but a block of cheese that he sits and eats on drive. But it's very kind because he shares it with me. Especially if we're having a tough drive, he'll say, Lauren, do you want some cheese? Everybody needs someone in their life like that who can offer you cheese. Right, Owen? Cheese makes the world go round. It really does. So I'm very glad to have Owen in my life. Okay, it's really cold, it's blustery, it's grey, the clouds don't look good. I was planning on doing some insecting and some birding, but to be honest, it's going to be a big challenge. I'll try, but wow, this wind is howling. I have two of my 3 layers on. What was that, Owen?
Don't forget the moon is made of cheese.
The moon is made of cheese, yes, wallet and grommet style. How many blocks do you have with you today?
Only one left over one.
Only one. Okay. Okay. Only one block of cheese today. Anyway, we had the most incredible morning. Klalamba and Swazi and Mufambi mating, which is very interesting. And I don't really know where we're going to start. I just know that today is the last drive of the Ranger race, so I want to make sure I stick at that top place. Team Wendy's doing good. The Cheese Master on board. Sir Cheese Master, sorry, oh my goodness. So we need to try and find some birds and butterflies and dragonflies that are actually going to stay still in this wind. Then we'll visit the hyena den to try and get a look at the cub. Yesterday was such a fail. It was an epic fail actually, but never mind, we all have those moments. But the cub is there, we did see it. Just not live, but that's okay. Oof, birding is going to be so tough. But I do need a giraffe, I need warthog, daker, rhino, buffalo. So we have got some mammals to look for as well. Okay everyone, let the games begin. Now we're going to send you over to Ralph.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to the Sunset Safari, where we're coming to you live from the Amakhala Game Reserve down in the Eastern Cape. First and foremost, we do have an oryx, aka the gemsbok, my all-time favourite antelope. My name is Ralph Kirsten and on the camera I've got Morgan, my trusty wingman. So, our plan for today is to get as many species as possible. Guess what? The sun is out, the wind has stopped, and the levels or the settles are going to be scored. The scores are going to be settled. That's what I meant. Because we've had rain, wind and cold for the last 3 days. We're 1.5 days short or had less time than the other guys. So we've got some catching up to do. We're going to go into the areas that there's excellent birding and we're going to pick up some numbers. But this one being the first. Oryx gazella. They are quite shy here on the reserve. They don't like hanging about anywhere near to vehicles. And so he is now heading off into the thicket. Bryce, thank you for the luck. We're not going to need it because the more you practice, the luckier you get. But I don't think we're going to need luck today. We know exactly where we need to go. And I'm going to spin around because we have another species just behind us. So give me 1 second. I just hope I don't hit a pole behind us. And there's our second species for the day. More, a little bit more. How's that? Okay, so you can see now the weather has changed beautifully. Righty, let the games begin. We've got waterbuck down there lying out in the grass. And why I say that the animals are going to be out and about is because it's been so cold over the last few days, rainy and wet and windy. So I'm expecting the reptiles and the birds and the insects and the mammals to all be out and about. And we're going to go into those birding hotspots especially, and we'll pick up lots of numbers there. In the Bushman's River crossings would be excellent spots to start, so that's what we're going to do. Quite a few female waterbuck lying out there in the open. Everybody's been taking shelter on the leeward side of bushes, etc. And it's almost like in the last few days the animals had literally disappeared. And now they are showing themselves once more. Dream Wild, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to show you all of those. We haven't seen yellow mongoose since I've been back here in the last few days, and I think it's just because it's been so cold. So I'm expecting them to be out and about as well as everything starts to emerge. They need to get the calories up because they've been shivering themselves and keeping warm, but that takes a lot of energy. So now that the sun is out again, they can all start to feed once more, instead of just trying to keep warm. We can already hear a lot more birds calling. And what birds are those? I think they're Egyptian geese. That's the species we already have. Righty, so we're going to do birding, but we'll get everything else that we find in between. Seems I'm not the only one that's birding. Cedric is too.
Thanks, Ralph. Good luck that side. Oh, 4 birds in one frame. Got a Birchall... No, it's a glossy starling, isn't it? It is a glossy. That starling that just landed there. I haven't got a glossy starling, and I haven't got a beautiful grey heron that's moving away. So that starling that just landed there is a Cape glossy starling. And now we've got a beautiful grey heron just walking through here looking for an opportunity to snatch up some fish or maybe a frog, but just to see a blacksmith lapwing heading in front of the heron, grabbing little insects that's been blown to the side by this very gusty afternoon. Clever that they're sailing pretty much all on the inflow, because the wind is coming from the south to the north. Otherwise the wind is heading towards the inflow from our side. And if there is like anything like little water arthropods and that, they'll be blown right to the edge on the southern side there, or northern side of the pan. That is nice. Wow. I think we are getting a proper a Cape wind that's coming through. But this normal, August winds. Very, very normal. but a cold August wind. Even the feathers on this poor grey heron is getting blown all over the show. Lynn, this is a recognized sighting. Did you?
Really nice.
No, really nice sighting. Really nice sighting. Lynn, yes, it's a beautiful sighting. I love. At least we can do birding here at the dam. I think birding and insects today is going to be quite tough. They're going to fly around because of this wind. So I guess we'll have to just sit at certain dams and take a look at what we can find around this water edges. Oh, watch it, watch it, watch it. He's going to strike. Is it going to strike? Is it going to? Ah! Yo, he's got it! He got the little tilops. Did you see that? Well done. And you saw how quick that strike was. Lightning quick. Just like a snake, like they coil back. They coil back before they actually strike, and it's exactly what the heron was doing. Coiled his neck back, its head, and flap! Like an elastic band with lightning fast strike. It grabbed that little tilapia fish. Oh, is it going to go grab again? Watch, watch, watch. Quick. No, missed. And very patient birds. I think there's a... just waiting. Kathy Lee, yeah, that's true. Kathy Lee, thank you. That was a tilapia, that silverfish, so I can add that one to my list. Thanks, Kathy Lee, for reminding me on that. Thank you so much. There's another one. Look, look, look at her beak. Boink. Yes, Kathy Lee, so 2 tilapias here now. The little fish, the little silverfish. Thank you, Jordan. You can mark that down. But how successful is this heron? Watch. So out of 3 strikes so far, it's got 2 successful hunts there. Let's see, out of 4. Moving very slowly. Very sharp eyes. I can see straight through that glare into the water, very much like polarized eyes. It is wobbling a little bit, I think due to the wind. No, looks like he's not doing. I'm just going to wait a little bit longer, maybe we're lucky again. But yeah, you can see even the water, you see all the ripples along the surface of the dam, the water.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
We did just have a black-headed oriole, which is a very cool bird to put on screen. But we're struggling a little bit. Have you got it? Oh, ah, there! Okay, I just saw a bird move. They're really difficult birds to get on screen. But they're so beautiful, with the most beautiful call. Just give us a minute to try and find it. It is there somewhere. Oh, and it's right up the top. Right up the top. If you zoom out, it's more... okay, that was it. Yes, it's gone. Yes, it is gone. Okay, we tried. We are on the lookout for brown-hooded kingfishers in the Mowati. That's where you normally find them. And then we came across this gorgeous oriole. I think it's gone. And not. All the birds hiding inside the trees right now. No wonder. So blustery. Better than I this morning, that's for sure. Let me just see what we have here. There are some birds around. Let me just quickly scan. Hoopoes, we've got them. Drongos, we've got them. Oh, dwarf mongoose, hello, we do have you guys, but nice. Pied black flycatcher.
No, it was Jameson's 5-inch. It was a name of the branch there.
Did you get it on screen, Owen? Okay. And we do have Mr. Indiala. Everybody's here, but sadly, it's all the species that... Oh, did you see it, FC? If you saw it, then it can go on the list. Excellent. Jameson's fire fringe. Well done, Owen. We're both putting max amount of effort in here. It's a perfect place to go birding, actually, and it's not too windy. This is why they're all here. Pamela, double points, triple points should go to hyenas mating. It's the rarest thing I've seen in my career, and we got it this morning. So I think we should get double, triple, quadruple points for that.
And if they're mating underneath the tree with a leopard.
Yes, and the fact that there was a leopard watching the entire spectacle, we should get extra points for that too. If we find a pangolin, I think we should win the game. We're already in good sort of stance, but we need to be better. It's a babblers. Arrow marked babblers. Babble, 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 babble. There we go. There's another one. I think this is actually a good idea for us to stay stationary and then all the animals come to us. There's 2 birds in one sitting. Not bad. We didn't get our oriole, but that's okay. We can handle that. It's beautiful down here. This is my little slice of paradise in the Mowati. What you looking at now, Owen? Owen's on fire here. This is how birds are so hard to find today. I think this is one of the babblers. Those who babble. There's another grey go-away bird, but I do have that on my list. You've got to keep track in your mind what you have on your list and what you don't. Isn't it just stunning, sitting here listening? You're very sheltered from the wind. This could be a good place for the predators as well. Cindy D, I am having a very good day, a really good day. It completely went from 0 to 100 this morning. Very unexpected. Owen and I didn't see the leopard because we were too busy trying to ID who the hyenas were. And then, of course, Tlalamba was up the tree. Really not impressed that hyenas were making more hyenas. They're making more of the enemy. Yeah, she wasn't too happy. But it really was a great morning, and now we're doing some birding. Did you get the black flycatcher on screen? Okay, Owen said he got the black flycatcher on screen, the southern black flycatcher. I was not watching my monitor, sorry. I was looking through the binos. Is that it there? Amazing. Okay, there's another one to the list. We're going to continue down the Mowati, and you guys are going to head over to Cedric.
Alrighty then, yeah, exactly where Lauren left Tlalamba this morning. I'm just looking around here, just in case she might be still lying in the vicinity, but I haven't seen tracks at all going further west along the firebreak. But maybe she even went south onto Little Gowrie, very possible as well. Especially on a day like this, it's been cool the whole day. And if it's going to be cool like this, then you know that sometimes your predators will still move around a little bit more. Okay, I'm not going to continue up there because it's pointless. I might just turn around here. Okay, we'll turn around here. Alright, I'm going to just turn around in here. Let's see what other birdies and stuff we can find. Maybe we can find something interesting around. Where am I going? To the cut line. I might just head on to Leadwood Road and come down that side. Alright, well, I'm going to continue. Let's head over to Liam.
Cool, thanks Cedric, and good luck on your Tlalamba/general species missions this afternoon. BK and I have taken a nice slow bumble along our northernmost boundary, which has ultimately led us to Impala Plains. A very pretty area, and it is, yeah, well worth a little bit of a stop this afternoon. We've got a little group of zebra off in the distance. Quite nicely contrasted, I must say, BK, against that shadow being cast by one of these huge cumulus clouds. Nice to see their stripes standing out like that. On days like today, with all of this gusting wind, the swirling scent, and sounds coming from all directions, a lot of the prey species are keen to stick out in the open. It's a bit counterintuitive, but they've actually got a greater chance of sort of being aware of predator approaches and keeping themselves safe out in the open. And they're not alone out here. There's also about 200 impala. It is a massive group. Tons of them, and all out here for exactly that same reason. It is much too terrifying to stay in the thick stuff when a leopard or a lion could be using this wind for camouflage. Tons of them.
Not everyone gets excited to hear a leopard chuff, spot a pangolin, or see a real impala rut. But if you are wild about the wild, you can become part of a community of like-minded nature lovers and share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Join the Explorers Club and you will also enjoy the many benefits that come with it too. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
They are all alarm calling like crazy things. I wonder if they haven't spotted a warthog. They do this they do this from time to time. Tracy, it is mammoth. It's huge. I can also see a black-backed jackal far off on the left there. You see them there, beaks. That's a species we haven't seen on this Prideland stint yet. We'll see how he reacts to all of this snorting and alarming. Nice to see a little carnivore. Yeah, I don't think these impala have got it right. We will take a bit of a closer look, probably in a minute or two, but I don't think they've seen a leopard or anything like that. Jackal seems to be relaxing.
Well, we've made it to Chikudu Dam. You can't see it right now, but we will get up onto the top in a little bit. But we saw this elephant in the meantime, so we thought we could spend some time with this Ellie. He's so relaxed. And remember, we're also looking around to see if we could find any evidence of the lions that were seen in this area. What's great is that there are elephants around, there are impala around, so we could get a lot of clues from them, how they react. And these elephants have been a little bit fussy. Heard them grumbling a little bit and screaming a little bit, or shouting rather. But they are behaving in a relaxed manner. So it's confusing me a little bit. So we're going to drive around, move on maybe onto the dam wall, see if we too can get some new species in our lists. I love it when they do this. I think this individual is being very optimistic about the grass today. Usually in the winter, the diet of elephants kind of switches to mostly browsing material, whereas in the summer, it tips just in the favor of grass and fruits. You can see now that he's going for all these branches. But that being said, I have been seeing a few bits of green. I can't really say it's been green grass though, but bits of green. Hi Andrew, that's an excellent question. You'd like to know, why is this elephant so brown but not grey like other elephants are? It's just because this elephant has been dust bathing. So Andrew, can you see at the bottom where the sand is? Can you see the color of the sand? So elephants like to dust bathe, and that's when they take bits of sand and they throw it on themselves. And this elephant has been doing it in a space or in the area where the sand is a little bit more brown or red. Those elephants that dust bathe in areas where the sand is more gray or white even, then they will look pale. But elephant skin is always gray. But because they dust bathe, then whatever color is in the landscape, in the sand, that color gets put onto them too. So it's not their real color. It's just like makeup almost. A lot of the elephants here in Madikwe have this color, and that's for the exact same reason. Dust bathing in this very red-brown soil. Oh, I can hear some Egyptian geese. That'll be a nice new one for my list. There was a fish eagle earlier as well. So we'll make our way back onto the dam wall in a little bit, where we'll still be able to view some elephants, I think, but also be able to get some more animals on our list. Isn't that lovely? How he wrapped the grass, pulled it together, and then cut cut it with those toenails in the front of its foot, pulled it up, the grass against it, and then started to hit the grass against his body. There we go. That just dusts or rids it of any bits of stone and things like that, any debris that could be hanging onto the grass that could potentially damage their teeth and not be really nice to grind on. Jordan, I just caught the name of a viewer, but I think it was Bryce, but I didn't catch the question. Please, can you send it to me again? Sorry, that was just my Game Drive radio. Bryce, you'd like to know how old I think this elephant is. I must say it's a little bit more difficult to judge in Madikwe because I'm not as familiar with the elephants, and in general the elephants seem to be smaller than in the Sabi sand. Reversing. Excuse me. So this is an elephant bull, as you can probably see, or you will see very soon. And he looks old, but is actually not very big. So I would say he's probably about 18 years old, but he looks size-wise smaller. The reason that I say he is about 18 is that his tusks are quite thick. And his face looks quite mature. We look for like dimples in different areas or where the skin moves inward. And he looks quite stocky. But he's not very tall. So if I had seen an elephant like this in the Sabi sand, I would expect the tusks to be, or an elephant this size, I'd expect the tusks to be narrower, and then I would put it at about maybe 14, maybe 15. But this one looks a little bit sturdier. The whole body looks a lot more thick, but just not tall, and the tusks are also quite thick. That's why I'm putting him at 17 or 18. Everyone's doing birding. Everyone wants to get more species on that list. Well, let me send you over to Ralph, who's doing just that, and we're going to make our way up towards the dam wall so you can have a good view.
Thanks, Trish. Yeah, and of course with us, because of the bad weather we've been having, we haven't been able to do a terrible amount of birding, but now we can. So we've got first up Blacksmith Lapwing, and this is next to Flucky's Flay, as it's called. But now obviously that's quite a common bird, but we haven't got it as one of our species. So yes, indeed, they do like to be around the water. But I can tell you what, these other birds that we're going to show you, they're also a reasonably common bird, but I've never, I think in my whole life, seen so many in one spot. It's incredible. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 at least spotted thickneys, the old dikop. I wonder if they're all siblings, very successful adults if they are. There was a bird that just flew past, going to land, and then something else we got. And that's a bokmakiri. Quickly, Morgan, move it. There, on top of that bush. Quick. We've been hearing them the whole time, but we can hardly ever get to see them. There's calling now. Shh. Now, if you look carefully as well, you'll see what we call the common michi, because Previously, we didn't know that insects were included, but now we do. I'm taking the first, the common michi. But that's a lovely shot of a bok makiri. It's called that because of his call. He goes, bok makiri, bok makiri. Got to lean into the kiri. And we've got another bird on the opposite bank. I'm making you work for your dinner, Morgan. You get to sit in there in the back and just be quiet and everything, and you're doing all the work. Now you've got to work, buddy.
Where did you see this other bird?
Helen, it's been grey and windy and terrible for the last 3 days, but today it's lovely with all the colours popping, lots of flowers, lots of greenery, and it's just really turned around. So not only are we happy, all the animals are out and about. It's lovely. No, I think that's a common fiscal. I was hoping it was a fiscal flycatcher, but I'm still not convinced. On the opposite, on that bush, just on the left of it, it is indeed a fiscal flycatcher.
I can't level out, but we have to get.
Fiscal flycatcher.
Did you know that the WildEarth team makes weekly behind the safari content? Would you like to get to know the WildEarth family better? See how we live.
This is Igor's bedroom.
Learn about our production process. And see the antics that happen off camera. Sign up to be an explorer and you will get access to all this content and more.
Yeah, absolute giraffe mania down here. What a pleasure though. A study conducted a couple of years back on visitors to the Greater Kruger tried to survey which was the animal most sort of in demand in terms of what people wanted to see on their first time on safari, and the giraffe ranked number one. Everybody likes a giraffe. There is just nothing else on earth quite like them. a big bull standing over 15 foot tall and with a neck that accounts for about half of that. Pretty unreal. They are just a marvel of evolutionary engineering. And of course that exquisite pattern, which is totally unique to each individual, like a fingerprint, and it never changes. It's a very mixed group, but I've seen predominantly cows, which is a good thing. A couple of bulls, but that means the balance is nicely on the female side, which is very, very good for reproduction. We only need a couple of bulls to get the job done, the job of impregnating all the ladies, that is. So Pridens should be seeing the arrival of lots more giraffe calves in the next while. Alrighty, well, as BK and I continue to enjoy this very unusual scene with such a massive congregation of giraffes, let's head over to Ralph to see what he's up to.
So we had a request for mongoose, and we have, in fact, been able to find a yellow mongoose. Can you see it? It was standing up a second ago. We'll have to just wait a little bit. It is moving through the grass and standing up on its hind legs. Every now and then you'll see the fawny colour of its fur and that little sentry head that pops up out of the grass. But of course now it's probably running in the grass. Have you been able to see it, Morgan?
No.
Shame, he was standing up just a moment ago. I wonder if he's gone into a burrow. Come on, buddy. Where's he gone? Okay, well, oh, there he is.
Where?
So, you see where the hartebeest is on the left-hand side? Draw a line straight between us and that red hartebeest. Looks like a pile of elephant dung, but he's moving. He's digging now. He's up to something. Foraging, foraging. Everybody's hungry, as I say, because of how cold it's been. It's the time to get busy now. Catch up on the last few days. Righty, just before I'm finished, I think Morgan's just going to shoot on over to the left and just show you one more species. Okay, we have our helmeted guinea fowl. And they're also out foraging. So, wonderful. Another two species on the list. We're going to carry on and see what else we can find. We're going to go on down the road, but you go on down the road, off to Lauren.
At the den. We've got June, we've got Antima, dominance, cub squealing, interaction between the two females, tail up. It's been amazing. You can hear the cub. I like seeing these two females interact. It's key in understanding the hyena clan. Now Owen's just going to stay nice and tight on Ntima, just in case we get the briefest visual of a little head. That's obviously what we're hoping for. I don't know if you can hear the little squeals. Not sure it'd be picked up in the wind, but there's squeals. Oh yay, you can hear them, that's a cub. Okay, yesterday was an epic fail, but today we did it. Congratulations, Ntima. I think we deserve 5 points for this. I'm just making up my own rules now. Oh. She's really spooked by the wind. When we first arrived, there were impalas alarm calling at her, and she's spooked. Top cat, I know. No. That was a second. That was a fleeting glimpse, but we got it. How many of you got screenshots? It popped his head up. It now knows there's a whole world outside this den, everyone. There's a whole world. Oh, this has just been the best day ever. And Ntima, the impalas were alarm calling at you, honey. It's not a leopard. They were looking at you. Carrie, you could hear the squeals. That's a milk tantrum right there. So cute. I wasn't sure if you guys could hear it through the wind. It's very loud, the wind. But I'm so glad you could. I think it's just one cub. I really do. This is just so wonderful.
Stay up to date with the latest happenings at WildEarth. Discover what goes on behind the scenes and get a weekly recap of the best moments on the channel.
He's got it! And he's straight up a tree!
Sign up to be an explorer and receive our newsletter written just for you and sent straight to your inbox every week. WildEarth Explorers, a club for people who are passionate about nature.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Okay, everyone, you know that thunder's a bit of a no-no for us. Oh, it's attacking the monitor lizard. Let's just watch this play out before... She's trying to protect her babies.
Shook the birds out of it. He's going to push this whole tree over. No ways. Casual. And look how he's looking at us. Guys, that is unbelievable.
They sort of zip them up. They're little things called barbacells and barbacules.
Snake there.
Have you got a snake?
Mm.
Oh, apparently he's got a snake, and that's what he's hopping around at. Let me check with my binoculars. Oh yeah, it's looked like a little red-lipped herald. That's what he's hopping at. Thanks, G. I did not see that. Hope you... Oh, you see the snake striking at him. How cool is that? Oh, you. I wonder what he was hopping for. I didn't pick it up on the camera, but I can see it with my binos. You close. A bit of a standoff.
That is the most assertive gosling I think I've ever seen. Oh my goodness. It seems to be the one gosling in particular. I've actually not seen that before, where one keeps going after another species. It's actually incredibly sweet to watch. Such a young age and already so assertive.
Are you on the Blesbok? Well, I know earlier there was a request for mongoose and blesbok. I can't remember what else there was, but anyway, we've got the mongoose, the yellow mongoose, and now we've stopped here at a nice group of red hartebeest, as well as a blesbok. So two of those ticked off. We've already got these species for our ranger race, and everything that I can see here for now as well. There were some monkeys here, but they sort of ran up into the thickets. And my idea, where I am right now, we're heading to an area where there's a lot of aloes that are flowering. And I'm pretty sure with the sun coming out now, there's going to be a lot of different species of sunbirds there. And they're not only good for us adding species, they are beautiful. And with the backdrop of the flowers as well, I think it's going to make for a wonderful setting. So slowly but surely, we're going to make our way over there. But still just enjoying the sun just as much as these animals, because we've been shivering just as much as they have. Shame, look, there's a little vervet monkey that got left behind by the rest of them, and now he's shooting across the grass. I think he hopes that we didn't see him. You might not have seen him. Shame, Morgan, I'm making you work for your dinner. This is awesome. After all the inactivity that we've had over the last 3 days, it's now exploding with life. Fabulous. And here's some red-faced mouse birds up in the thicket, and we're getting snorted at by this blesbok, the lone blesbok ram, and getting serenaded by a Cape turtle dove. Yeah, No, that's fine. I'm just describing what's going on. There is a safari vehicle on its way, but it's game drive time now here on Amakhala Game Reserve. There are some more monkeys making their way slowly through the blue bush here. So Fred, you've seen just about everything you need on your personal wish list. I'm happy that we've been able to help with that, Fred. There's another monkey now, darts through the blue bush here and heads for where the rest of the group disappeared into that thicket there. There might be some more on their way. I think it's about a 25-degree difference from this morning to now. Incredible, at least. I was actually saying to Morgan earlier, it's probably the day that I've wished I would be sweating more so than I've ever done in my life. I want to be hot and sweaty compared to cold and shivering. Takes a lot out of you when you're cold. And the energy requirement trying to keep warm by shivering. Shame the animals out in the elements as well, they would have really felt it. So we can really expect there to be a lot of feeding going on and trying to maximize now in this warm afternoon. Just trying to see if I can spot any of the birds calling up there. I'd love to show you a somber greenbill. We can hear them constantly, but very difficult to see within the thick brush. And here in this thick brush there'll be a lot of speckboom, and there's quite a lot of common guaris, there's milkwoods, crowberries, either Vachilia or the sweet thorn. Lots of ring-necked doves calling. I'm trying to listen out for a red-eyed dove as well. We haven't got that on our list yet. Just keep scanning around. And of course as well in these thickets lots of Karoo boerbeens, or the Scotia genus. Mary, we might be on a roll, but we've still got a lot of catching up to do. As I say, we were out of the game for a day and a half, and then even when we were in the game, things were very quiet because of the temperature and the rain and the wind. So now that everything's out, we've got one drive to catch up. So that's why we're trying to get in as much as possible, but the animals are really showing up for us, so it's making it pretty easy. Now, okay, I'm not able to see any of these birds clearly here, even though we can hear them. So I think we're going to stick to the plan and head to the area where I think there's going to be lots and lots of sunbirds. And they flit about, going collecting nectar from the different flowers on the aloes. But just for a second or two, I think we're just going to take it all in with this still air and the wind that was blowing us away for 2-3 days solid. There's a whole bunch of different species of michies flying around here. Maybe we could mark off a few different species if you just put them on screen there. Lesser spotted michie. Okay, now I'm just talking nonsense. So I'm going to stop doing that, and I'm sure Cedric is not talking nonsense.
Alright, Ralph, thank you. We are at a dam on the north or eastern corner of Djuma, Buffelshoek Dam. It is so windy and cold here, oh my word. But even the hippos, you'll find them somewhere around here at the dam, and I think they might be lying on the outskirts, as you can see on the sand itself. All passed out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Fast asleep. Clever hippos. They don't have to really be in this cold water, rather be on the outskirts. There's not really a sharp sun at all this afternoon. So they can at least have a nice old snooze on that sand. Now they're going to get the eyes open, you can see. The oxpeckers as well roaming around on their backs. But that one on the left is quite badly scarred up. Yeah, you look at the scratches on the side, the one that's very pink. Cameron, it is very cute. It's beautiful, isn't it? I think it's nice seeing these hippos on the outside like this, fast asleep. But that one on the left might be a young male or something, because you can see it maybe had a bit of a fight with another one. But actually both of them, maybe the one on the left. And sometimes the fights can be quite vicious, big teeth. And you can imagine digging into those very sensitive epidermis of a hippo and cause them to bleed sometimes quite badly. I do apologize if you hear wind and that. I was just trying to tuck my head under my hoodie and under my scarf at the moment to see if I can prevent that wind. Of course, even the Egyptian geese are not too happy. They're quite vocal around here. Bonnie, the hippos are your favorite, Johnny. Yes, hippos are wonderful, interesting animals, very interesting. Especially when you're driving around at night time and all of a sudden, Johnny, you bump into one of them that's busy roaming around looking for some grass to eat. So yes, and then you realize how big they are. Johnny, they're about, a big male's about 2 tons. Huge, heavy animals. But very dangerous if you get close to the water. They are very, very protective over their water areas. So if you're coming down here to swim or fish or dive into the water, if you can make it to the dam, well, you're going to get a reaction out of these hippos very quickly. And especially the dominant male. He's protecting his pod.
Chatting around a fire is an ancient practice that has connected humanity for centuries, and we want to keep it alive in our modern age. As an explorer, you'll have access to intimate gatherings with our naturalists, fascinating guests, and experts where we share knowledge, insights, and stories around a crackling fire. Rediscover the power of connection. Sign up to be an explorer today and experience the magic of WildEarth's Fireside Chats.
Alright, the hippos have all decided to get up and they ran into the water. They got a fright of something, not us, because we've been just sitting here very still. So I don't know, something gave them, spooked them there, and they all jumped up and splashed into the water. So typical with the hippos, if they feel that if there's any threat around, they'll rather just run back to the water. That's their safety net. They feel much safer in the water. Other than that, I can't see anything else around here. No birds, not many birds, because of this wind. Just the hippos and some water. Running Bay, yes, beached hippos. It looks quite interesting. I've seen it sometimes here on those big river systems in the Kruger Park on winter days like this. You drive along those rivers, you see these hippos all lying together, all beached, and all having a good snooze for the afternoon. This wind is picking up. Oh my word. I think sitting on the dam wall is even worse, so I might actually start moving very soon, yeah. Alright, we are going to go. It is getting a little bit windy up here, so we are going to continue moving. Let's see if we can see something else on the boundary. So I'm going to do on the northern boundary. I'm going to head on the northern boundary and see what we can find that side. Yes, very cold indeed. Alright, well, we're going to continue. Let's head over to Liam in Pridelands.
So still sat here with our little breeding herd of ellies here on Marula Road. They are gradually mobile into the drainage line that kind of leads away from Leopard Dam. I think when they do disappear, we'll probably leave them to it. There are so many elephants around at the moment. In an attempt to keep our off-roading activities as minimal as possible, I don't think there's really too much need to squash any bushes or risk squashing any small life forms off the road. Excuse me. Yeah, part of the responsibility of a good naturalist, a good field guide, is making those sort of calls. We've got to try and balance it. Thanks, Kate. Great to have you with us. All the way from Texas. That's pretty mad. It's the other side of the world. But yeah, it's another one of the big features that is sort of instilled in the next generations of field guides that come through the eco-training program. Sustainability of ecotourism activities. Ultimately, this is sort of a business trying to get people through these environments, running tourism, providing sightings, that sort of thing. But ultimately, we have to preserve this environment so it is in a better state than we found it, and so that it is still here and still healthy when we leave it to the next generation. We are nature's custodians. And that ellie almost moving off there. Crikey, this wind is howling. Even the ellies are not too much of a fan of it, sticking to the thickets today. It is going to be very windy in Tent City, where BK and I live at the moment. Okay. Well, I think time to leave these ellies now. Let's crack on. Try and find some diversity. Paul, that is a very, very good question. I'll hopefully be able to demonstrate it the next time we have a nice mixed group of ellies. But apart from the obvious, from looking at the genitalia, which can be a bit confusing because most of the genitals are kind of hidden away. The males carry everything internally, as do the females. One of the clearest factors, though, can be the elephant's forehead. So a female tends to have a very, let me angle my arms there, a very angular forehead. Her sort of brow almost comes to a right angle, slightly more. A bull's tends to be very round, but with a bit of variation. I've seen some very bony bull foreheads and some very round cow foreheads. If in doubt, an elephant's breasts are between its front legs, and if those breasts are at all swollen, that would be a female. Bulls also tend to be about a third larger. So cows maximize or max out at about 4 tons, bulls 6, 7, sometimes even 8 tons. Cool. Well, as we continue on this Pridelands adventure, let's check in with fellow naturalist Cedric in the Sabi Sands.
Thank you, Liam. Yes, well, we've got our Cape buffalo. As you can see, we've got a nice old male. Beautiful boy. Look at those horns on him. Isn't he stunning? What a specimen of a male buffalo. Very grumpy look. Nice big dewlap under his chin, on his neck area. Finishing off some grass, but he's just giving us a little bit of a stare down. Just enjoying some of these nice green grasses here in one of the drainage lines. Big boy. And there's another, maybe 1 or 2 other ones just behind him. I think there's still part of this herd that came through this morning. I see another one just appearing now from behind that bush. I really thought they would have come south onto Djuma, but it seems like they've just been hugging this boundary road just north of Djuma, the property Djuma. Has been hugging this road the whole day, since yesterday afternoon, coming all the way from Baobab Dam. big. Oh, this proper, most really good old. Can get up to about 800 kgs. It's right up to a ton of pure muscle. Ah, nice Alka Buffalo Soldier. Yes, what a legendary song. And it's from the album called Legends as well. Ha! How ironic. Buffalo Soldier. I'm trying to think where the rest of the herd could be. I think they might be a little bit further north. It might be just the straddlers that's just that we got here at the back end now. I'm thinking maybe the rest of that big herd of about 100, 150 of them have moved further into Buffelshoek. We don't get to see much now. Alright, looks like they have disappeared. So we are going to move on and see what else we can find. I know that the signal is bad on top here, so I'm just a little bit worried, but let's see. Let's see what happens. As I say, tata my chance. Take a chance. Take a chance.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
Experiencing the beauty and wonder of the African bush, but don't have months available for an extensive learning program? Look no further than Eco Training's 7 or 14-day EcoQuest course. Designed for those who yearn for a taste of the wild, this immersive program will give you an in-depth understanding of the African bush in as little as 7 days. You'll be guided by expert trainers who will lead you through the various ecosystems of Africa and teach you essential bush skills. Over the course of the program, you'll learn about animal behavior, tracking, and identification, as well as the intricacies of conservation and African cultures. With the guidance of your trainers, you'll have the opportunity to witness wild animals up close and personal in their natural habitats. You'll also have the opportunity to make new friends and create lasting connections with people from all over the world who share your passion for the wild. This course is the perfect way to gain a deep understanding of the African bush, even if you have limited time. Join Eco Training's 7 or 14-day EcoQuest course. Further your journey as a true bush enthusiast today.
Yeah, so Ika and myself still bumbling around here in the northern sections of the Pridelands Game Reserve, keeping an eye out for any signs of anything really. It would be wonderful to relocate on that leopard that was seen a little bit earlier, but the bush here is notoriously stumpy and rocky, so it can be a bit challenging. But timing is half the skill, so maybe that leopard will pop out in front of us on the other side of the block. Right, well, let's check in with Lauren doing some birding.
We have a magpie shrike, a new one for the list. A very wobbly magpie shrike, and we did have a golden-tailed woodpecker, which is so disappointing because I've never put a golden-tail on before. It was somewhere in here, the Tomboiti thicket that we're passing by, but I mean, how we will actually find it again is a bit like a needle in a haystack. But we're trying to listen. Woodpeckers give themselves away from the sound. Now, we did leave the den. All of a sudden our signal got really tricky there. I don't know why. So we ended up just leaving, I'm afraid. Do you see it, Owen? A golden tail would be very cool. I've been on a bit of a roll with my woodpeckers. Got the cardinal, got the bearded, so we only need the bennets and the golden tail. But I do think it's a bit of a needle in a haystack now. And it's amazing the animals that you take for granted. We see brown-hooded kingfishers every single day, and now I cannot find one. We had so many giraffes around, now I can't see them. And warthogs! Where are all the warthogs? It's amazing. Where are they when you need them? And the dense thickets like this are where a lot of birds are going to be on days like this. Oh my goodness. And those sky over there are really black. Okay. Why is it raining? Sorry, Nina, I missed that question. I'm just horrified that I'm feeling droplets. Cedric and I will die in these temperatures if we get wet. It is so cold. Hopefully it's just a flashing of water. Anyway, Nina, I think you said patience pays off? Birding. Birding does pay off. It really does. I wanted to do more insects though, but no way. Not when the weather's like this. Very challenging weather. But birding does pay off. Especially when you've got a cameraman like OD. We call him OD. Owen Dell. OD. And He's super into birds. So when you got a cameraman that's passionate about birds, that is what you want. I can have my binos, he can be using the camera, zoom like a pair of binos, and you're gonna get lots of birds. Wow, these skies are black. Oh dear. I don't mind the cold weather, I really don't. I'm ready for winter. But what we're not ready for is turning into human icicles. Not prepared for that. I really want to find more species, but to be honest with you all, the weather has just turned on us. I've got a roller up there, but we've already got a roller. Hannah, I appreciate your warmth, but if it rains, I'm out of here. I want to enjoy these next 10 days as much as I can, especially now that that little cub is popping his head up. I saw some of your screenshots, thank you so much. I sent it to Polly. And we were there the day she gave birth, all of us. I'm not saying we as in Owen and I. Was it you, Owen? Can't remember who my cameraman was. But all of us were there the day she gave birth. It's a remarkable story. So thank you for your warmth, Hannah, but we might need a little bit more than that. Or it could just blow over into nothing. And we might get blue skies, that's what I'm hoping for. Oh, come on, birds. Stop hiding. Okay, we're gonna keep trying to find species as much as we can. We're gonna send you guys back over to Liam.
So BK and myself have looped back into the area where that leopardess was seen very briefly by one of the other safari vehicles. We bumped into a bit of a giraffe traffic jam. I think it must be part of that group that we saw a little bit earlier, but giraffe all over the show. Thankfully, we know these guys can be quite useful if there is a predator around. With their phenomenal lofty perspective, obviously those eyes around 5 meters off the ground, if they do spot something like a leopard, they tend to point with their nose. They'll stare and stare and stare, often as a group. And for us, trying to pick a leopard out of swirling undergrowth and deep stands of golden grass, that can be a real advantage. These giraffes seem pretty relaxed though. I don't think that leopard is anywhere right here. But obviously she could pop out at any moment. Cool, well maybe let's keep bumbling down this hill. If that leopard is still mobile, maybe we get her. Riley, it just sort of happens sometimes that these giraffes sort of spot each other and kind of begin to mingle. I think though on this particular day it's probably got something to do with all this wind. Especially having seen that massive group of impala all congregating together. I think the giraffe have a similar idea. Safety in numbers. BK doing some cool perspective work there. Giraffe in every corner. They are all over the show. Cool, well the road is clear, so when that guy is out of shot, we'll probably crack on, I reckon. I cannot believe how cold it is for this Hoedspruit area at 4:30 in the afternoon. Vika and I are both already jacketed up in long trousers. Seriously weird. Yeah, even for winter, I mean this is the dry season, the coldest time of the year. Still unusual to be this chilly. I think the wind makes it even worse. My comms are beeping in my ear, so you guys in control there. I won't be getting any questions. Okay, I heard that. Maybe it was just a gap. Just gonna give this safari vehicle room to pass us here. Yes. We are. Yeah, cool. I think that was just eco training students out on a bit of a bumble. Also making the most of this golden light at least. Thankfully lots of eyes out on the bush. So if this leopardess does pop out somewhere, we might have the chance to relocate to it.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
Well, it is very grey out here, as you can see. Very, very grey. And that wind has come in. It's brought a little bit of drops now. They said we're going to get about a 0.7 mil, so it's not much. It's just going to be like spitting kind of rain. But I think the coldness is the problem. Yeah. But it's alright. I'm tucked up, all hat behind me. He's got his balaclava on, he's got his buff, he's got his hoodie, he's got long pants, gloves. He's so sorted. I can't even see anything, any part of his body at the moment. As you can see, that's how cold. Yep. Definitely a hot chocolate or coffee this evening when we get back. Definitely.
So here we've got ourselves a beautiful bachelor herd of eland, and also very importantly we've got a couple of red-billed oxpeckers on that one with a massive dewlap. So that's another species down for us, red-billed oxpecker. And listen to the toes clicking, very indicative of eland. These guys are beautiful. Wow. Very impressive. And the one with the oxpeckers, that dewlap is incredible. AKA the rainbow chasers. And that dewlap, if you didn't know, is believed to mainly be assistance in thermoregulation. So helping them to keep cool when it's hot and warm when it's cold. Just looking out if I can't see any other birds which are flitting in and around this grassland. We've moved away from where we were in this aloe striata. Rachel, you are right indeed. Amakala never disappoints except when we're having those rolling cold fronts. It can be a little bit difficult in those times, but now when the sun's out, it's absolutely stunning. You can hear some red-faced mouse birds calling off in the distance, but we've already got that one ticked off. There's a lot of Prinia type birds just flitting in and around the grass. And these yellow flowers, but very difficult to spot them stationary, able to put them on camera. So I think this sighting is going to be pretty much the eland, the oxpeckers, and this lovely greenery with the yellow flowers. The royal carpet that was here earlier in the year has changed colour now. That was a lovely pink, and I'm not exactly sure on these yellow flowers. Well, Letitia, I may be in the lead for this drive, but I've got some catching up to do because, as I say, we missed a day and a half, pretty much. So, oh, hello, off to my left I can hear some weavers. So we might move in that direction soon. And then the idea is we're going to, oh, hello. If you are able to, Morgan, and I'm going to throw you right across again, we've got some Cape weavers. There, so you see where the old dairy is? And then the first big sort of tree-like bush next to the road. They're on top of it.
You're going to have to spin.
Okay. You can hear them chirping. Okay, I'm going to just give you a chance. There is a vehicle that's going to go past, so don't swing there just yet. It might chase them off, so we might miss this, but we'll take a chance. Take a chance, just see if they haven't flown off. Oh, I really put you at an angle, sorry. Let's see. Sorry, Morgan. They've been chased off. A lot of impala off in the background there. Cape weavers have flown off. That's the trouble with birding. I'm trying to put them on camera. But we're not done yet. We're not going to stop until the end of drive. So the rest of the naturalists are feeling nice and secure in their lead over us here in Amakala. But I think they've got a false sense of security because we're coming. But I think what I might do is just start up and go down the road and see if we can't catch up on those Cape weavers. That would be a nice addition. So let's just do that. Slowly up the road here. Straight in front of us, that's the old dairy. Many, many years ago. So we're going to keep on trying and see if we can catch up with any more birds. I think it's time for you to catch up with Cedric.
Thanks, Ralph. Yes, we've got a grey hornbill. I'm just saying that quickly because before this bird decides to fly away like it's been doing for the last 5 minutes, trying to catch up to it. It's a beautiful grey hornbill. Oh, you can see he's hating life at the moment, sitting right up top of this marula tree with this wind that's blowing. It's a cold wind, and you can see this hornbill is he's just dived. He just went down. I'll show you when to go and catch maybe something. Maybe there's something that side. Alrighty, let's move on. Get my racing gloves on. So, there you go, my lucky gloves. Yes, let's go. So another one to my list. Okay, now I'm going to go south, but I feel that we need to find some animals now. Animals. A grey hornbill. A grey hornbill. That was the bird that we saw. A grey hornbill. Like her? Like my smile. Yeah, like a grey smile. Yeah, a very grey smile. I don't think that's a really good. My smile isn't shines. I don't have a grey smile. Ooh, see something coming down the road here. Or the track, that is. I didn't see. No, that was our tracks this morning. I thought there might have been something on top of our vehicle tracks, but clearly not. Because I know we had that male leopard going down here this morning, but I'm not too sure exactly which way he turned, so I might just actually just take a look here. Oh, Lorraine. Lorraine, my lucky gloves. Indeed, Lorraine, it's going to bring me luck and bring sunshine. Okay, not really the latter, but maybe just bring me luck with an animal or two. Maybe some new species for my list. Oh, I almost thought it was a duck sitting on a dead tree there. No. Yes, Lorraine, let's take a look. But it's so nice and warm. I love these gloves. I really do. Whoa! Sorry, I'm going to put my little hoodie on because my little earlobes they're pretty much freezing up here. Getting like little earlobes. So just going to put this on. It's stuck. There we go. There we go. Much better. I think I've been giving like a little bit of ear problems over the last. This thing's just falling off again. Okay, well, but like with the cold going into my ear, I don't know. I've been having little ear aches now and again, but it feels alright now. I'll just go very, very slowly. Alright, well, we're going to continue down Zoe's to see what else we can find and see if my lucky gloves brings some luck. Let's head over to Lauren.
We got an emerald spotted wood dove. Yes, another one from my list. We also had a grey hornbill, but not on camera. Well done for getting it on camera, Cedric. They are so difficult. They just don't ever want to sit still compared to the other two species of hornbill. I love these birds. That emerald spot really is so deliciously emerald. Oh, bye now. That's okay, we got it. Owen, we're getting there. I just want to wait just a moment to see if there's any other birds. We had quite a few earlier. Sometimes if you just sit, they arrive. It's getting really dark as well. It's getting to that time where I'm going to start struggling to see things. Come on, birds. They're going to be going into hiding soon. Okay, I'm going to drive very slowly here and see if we can see any new species.
Hi, my name is Claire. WildEarth has been part of this home for many years as it connects us to the bush and the culture that we love and miss so much. I became an explorer so that other people around the world can get to experience the African bush in this unique way as well. I am beyond excited that I was drawn to win the prize at Amakhala Game Reserve for 3 nights. It is truly a dream come true.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
Hello, my name is Maurice. I am from Perth in Western Australia.
Hello, I'm Stéphane. As you can hear, I am French and I'm doing the 35 days online course.
I started watching WildEarth during COVID. I decided that I wanted to study more, and in order to do that I saw that Eco Training Pridelands was doing courses, and I decided to do the 8-week online theory course at the end of last year.
So the 35 days course, it basically starts with theory online, 3 sessions a week. Very enjoyable. We went really deep into it. Very holistic as well. Really enjoyed it. It goes from insects to stars to obviously your mammals and your birds. I liked the 2 components. It just got me really well prepared before I got here.
Despite my accents and my misunderstandings, everyone has been very helpful and comprehensive to help me to understand everything.
Whether you're a seasoned professional or just starting out on your journey towards becoming a conservationist, our digital courses offer a flexible and accessible way to deepen your knowledge and understanding of the natural world. So why wait? Sign up for an Eco Training digital course today. Start your journey towards a more sustainable and connected future today.
Well, the wind just seems to be getting stronger and stronger here on Pridelands as we get deeper into the afternoon. It's causing all manner of problems behind the scenes. I think it is affecting our signal and our comms. We did get the briefest of visuals of a buffalo bull up this way. I think he's part of that bachelor group of 3 or 4. Or no, it was 5. The other day, 5 bachelor bulls. So, oh, there we go, popping out on the road in front. That's awesome. Hopefully signal holds for that long. There's one at least. We also did get a big group of baboons, but in one of those dead gaps, unfortunately. Here's our big buff. Yeah, definitely one of those bachelors. Kind of gradually on the way down towards Ndlovu Dam. Still a bit of a distance from there, maybe 800 meters. But I think ultimately these bachelors are going down for an evening drink. Yeah, very nice. There is life out there in spite of the gusts. Big beasts. BK and I were just remarking on how dangerous it would be to be on a walking safari on days like this. Yeah, guides can be quite quick to want to get guests off the vehicle, especially on these afternoons that are a little touch quiet, but or you'd be taking your life in your hands getting down on foot in wind like this. Very easy to walk into buffalo. Buffalo bulls hunker down in the grass, and yeah, you just wouldn't see them until it was too late. If in doubt, it is not a good day to walk. Righty, well, I'm not going to go crunching into this bush after him. I'm just turning around. I think we'll make our way gradually down to the dam, and hopefully these bulls pop out there. Gina, you've probably got fairly good reason to be afraid of them. I certainly find them pretty daunting on foot, as we all should. In a vehicle, they don't tend to pose too much of a risk. Under normal circumstances anyway. But yeah, on walks, buffalo, especially lone bulls and small bachelor groups, should be avoided like the plague. Buffalo are not your friends. Even breeding herds of elephants on days like today, on walks, not a good idea. Anyway, speaking of elephants, let's check in with Lauren. I believe she's found some.
No wild animal is really your friend, as much as you want to think they are. They're not. We're using this spot as a bit of a double whammy. We've found a gorgeous small herd of elephants, but it's also along a drainage line where we might get some birds. We do already have elephants on our list, but it's so lovely to see them. And they will not love the weather today. Elephants get quite easily spooked in the wind because wind rustles things. It makes things creak and groan and snap and rustle and move. And of course that can spook a lot of animals. And Timo was very spooked to the day today. The impala took about half an hour to realise she was there, but when they did, they wouldn't stop alarm calling. You've always got to be careful when approaching elephants. And I went into great depth about this morning with Kalamba about a predator hunting and how the predator is taking every single thing into consideration. You also need to sort of behave like that as much as you can. We obviously don't have the sensory apparatus of a predator, but we also need to be aware, okay, there's a herd of ellies. Take into consideration the conditions today. It's really windy. Yes, we're a bit sheltered from the wind here because we're sort of in a dip, but still, elephants could be more reactive. They could be spooked. So when approaching a wild animal, who are not your friends, like Liam mentioned, try to always take everything into consideration. As much as you can. That's why we're giving this elephant herd space, because when they crossed the road they didn't look too happy, and it's probably the weather. But rather than trying to get closer for better views, it's better just to have a view. It's a bum shot, but it's a nice bum, and just be a little bit further away.
Great bum.
Thanks, Owen, that's beautiful. The best bums in the bush. We're losing so much light. Come back, blue sky. We've got birding to do. Not one single warthog. Can you guys believe that? Not one. Where are the warthog? Okay, we're going to keep birding, everyone, and you guys are going to go back over to Ralph, who is doing the same.
Well, continuing with our birding theme, not that we're going to pass up any of the animals, we found ourselves the largest of all, the ostrich.
Greg, can you confirm you're taking photos?
Sorry about these radios. I'll switch it off. It takes about 5 seconds to go off, excuse me. And this particular individual is starting to come into breeding plumage. You can see by those very bright pink shins, but the bill isn't quite fully pink yet. So I think it's just coming into breeding plumage, but he is a very good looking individual. But it seems like there's excitement with Cedric.
Yes, we got Marips. Can you believe it? On the southern boundary, he's going to be crossing into Little Gowrie. Please don't cross. So I'm just going to go a little bit forward. Can you? A young male leopard, of course, Marips. And yeah, he looks like he wants to go into Little Gowrie. No. Don't go. Alright, we're going to stop right here now. Oh, look at that. Isn't it beautiful, this young male leopard, Marips. Of course, he came out of Djuma now. I don't know where he was hanging around. And now he's gone back all the way south. Oh, look at that. Stunning, isn't he? He's coming on to about 3.5 years now, so he's still wandering around. still nomadic, but he should be really looking for a territory at this point in time. I don't know why he's come all the way south again. I really thought he was going to hang a little bit further north of Djuma and start looking for an area around there. But look at that, isn't he beautiful? Oh, now he's going to go in. Oh well, what's nice, a quick sighting is a quick sighting, that's fine. Right, we're going to go down here. He might go towards this termite mound, so I'm just going to take a look. Has he already gone past? Oh, there he is there. He's still there. You can still see his spots there. And he's going straight south. So he's going into another property called the Little Gowrie. See those fluffy ears of his? As we all know him as Mr. Fluffy Ears. You can clearly see those ears. And yeah, he is going to be gone now in like 5 seconds. Well, that was nice. I'm just driving along here and all of a sudden we bump into a leopard. Yay! Now I'm so warm. I'm like, even now, no matter how cold the weather is, I am warm inside. That is so cool. Anyway, let's move on. All right. Brief, but awesome.
We love all the support, we read all the comments, and now we want to acknowledge our biggest fans. Do you know when Ribbon was seen last? Or the names of June's cubs? Do you remember the last time we were up close and personal with an elephant? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you are in for a treat. WildEarth's Fan of the Month. We are looking for you. For more details, make sure to read our monthly mailer and keep an eye out on our social media pages. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Yeah, quite a sleepy scene in this nice evening light. These buffalo just slaking their thirst. They are totally dependent on water. And they have to have access to it at least once a day. So I'm sure this is a favorite drinking spot for these enormous great bulls. BK doing a great job of capturing these guys, those water droplets sort of glinting in the light as that buffalo lifts his head. These are the bulls that occasionally cause a little bit of tension in camp because they like to come in at night and graze on the grass, the short grass that grows between our tents. It's not too dangerous, provided everybody sort of walks around at night with a torch so nobody stumbles into one of them. But yeah, it can be a bit precarious. But for the eco-training students, it all forms a part and parcel of learning to respect the bush and watch out for danger. Principles that they will use if they do take a career in sort of full-time guiding. Thanks, Kelly. Definitely some buff luck here on Pridelands. There'll be no wallowing for these guys today. I think it is just too chilly. BK and I just keep adding layers on top of layers. I know the view is slightly obscured there. We'll just see what these guys are up to, which direction they choose to go in before we try and reposition. I'm sure you can hear the calls of the Egyptian geese as well in the background. So Topcat, ultimately American bison, or what Americans would refer to as buffalo, are bovids as well. They fall under the same family, Bovidae, along with things like yaks and Asian water buffalo. They're all related, but quite different. Obviously physically quite different. I believe the American bison or the American buffalo gets significantly larger. I believe about half a ton bigger than these 800 to 1,000 kilo Cape buffalo. But essentially they fill the same biological niche. They're big, heavy-bodied grazers. And my understanding is that those American bison can be pretty bloody dangerous too. I think I'm just going to pull half a meter further forward so BK can catch them in the gap that I'm obscuring. These guys are also often wrongly called water buffalo. They look very similar to the water buffalo that you get in parts of Southeast Asia. But make no mistake, water buffalo can be domesticated. They're milked, they're ridden. There is no around on a Cape buffalo. These are wild things. Very, very dangerous. All 4 bulls, that's nice. See how nervous that guy at the front is, head up, sniffing. Again, all an effect of this wind. It makes everything nervous. Oh, they are. See what they're going to do, and let's check in with Cedric in the.
Nice, Liam. Got some buffalo. Brilliant stuff. Looks like we're all getting the buffalo stories this afternoon. And yep, we've got some helmeted guinea fowl. And I have not got this bird on my list. Nice to have the guinea fowl around, pecking away. It looks like a lady that's sitting at a typewriter. And they're pecking like that, eh? Tuk, 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 tuk. A beautiful bird. Lovely blue head with that little red helmet on top. It's one of our indicator birds, especially when it comes to something like a predator, you know, bird of prey, a leopard, a lion. They do get alarmed by something, they make quite a racket altogether. But for now, they're very much relaxed. They are just feeding along twin dams. One of the dams here. All slowly coming down to the water. I might come down for a drink, I'm not too sure. But they won't spend the whole day on the ground, so when the sun starts setting, you'll find that these guinea fowl will fly up into a tree. Harry, UK, yeah, no, definitely. I think I'm right on top there. I'm sure. I only really started this morning. I gave the rest a chance. No, I'm just joking. No, just joke. But yes, no, Harry from the UK, yes, I'm hoping I'm going to get at least, I know Lauren is running away with it. She's putting her head down and full sprint. I'm just going with the flow and trying to get as many as possible as well. So yeah, we'll see what the outcome is later on. Oh, joining some Egyptian geese now. Because the Egyptian geese, just watching them go by. Not too perturbed about their presence. I don't know why I'm choosing dam walls today. Because dam walls seems like it's like the coldest places so far here on Djuma. Because you're quite exposed next to a water with this cold wind. But there is a lazy hippopotamus that is in the dam. So he's just resting on the far end. There he is. No idea which hippo this is, but he's just relaxing by himself. Ha! Linda Poley, yes, I'm sure we'll find Dewey again very soon playing with his sticks. I think at the moment it might be winter time, maybe he just doesn't want to play with his sticks in winter time. So we'll take a look, Linda Poley. We might see him doing that very soon. I'm hoping once it starts warming up in the next month or two. But let's see. But this male is all by himself, very much. He's enjoying a single life. And I think these hippos aren't going to get out of this water very soon. I think they're going to enjoy the warmth of the water for now. Maybe later on, if they are really hungry, they'll maybe make their way out and go and feed in the vicinity. So I don't know what my plan of action from here. I might go towards Mamba Road. Might go and take a look that side, but oof, it's getting windy here now. It is, yeah, the wind is really coming in again. All right, let's head over to Lauren to see if she's coming right. No, she's coming right with this wind.
We have another bird for the list. We have a Swainston spurfowl. It's becoming harder and harder to find birds. There's an area where we always find ground scraper thrush, and we just can't. I think everyone is hiding from this weather. But not you. Thank you for being here. Oh. Really easy to identify these birds. You can tell it's a spurfowl, ground bird, bright red face. What more do you want? Pretty sure this is a male as well. I didn't get that comment. Oh, Owen is a feed. Aha! Running bear. I got it now when I saw Owen's thumb. He's on fire today. It's all that cheese. It's fueling him. He's on fire. Good job, Odie.
Thank you.
We did come to one of the hyena dens, actually, not to find hyenas. I am looking for warthogs. And something is living in this den, and I thought, maybe we could get lucky with a warthog that's cold and wants to go to bed early. But sadly, that didn't quite go to plan. But it was quite a good plan. I'm just now thinking what we have to do now. It's 5:15. It's getting dark. It's getting dark early. It's cold. I think we have about 45 minutes left of this competition as far as I know. So we need to keep going. But as for birds, other than this guy here, it's really tough. And I bet you it's sunny and beautiful tomorrow and they all come out. And there's lots of giraffes on the property. And we'll have warthogs running around and skipping everywhere across quarantine. I feel like the ground birds don't often get enough attention, like your francolins, your spurfowls. And sometimes they can just be really tricky to get on camera because they run. They run into the vegetation and they're gone. But I feel very lucky for this guy. Okay, Owen, we must continue. I don't know how to get out of this tight spot, but we'll get out. Oh, it's drizzling again. I don't know if Cedric can feel the rain, but it's definitely drizzling on our side. I wonder if it will rain tonight. Oh my goodness, that will just cause chaos. More chaos than it already has.
Are you yearning for a private virtual WildEarth safari adventure with our naturalists and crew? We have got you covered. Sign up to be an explorer before the 15th of August and you could win a private safari experience. Make lifelong wildlife memories with either Steve,
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
or Cedric. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
So the areas that I've been heading to, looking particularly for birds, is under instruction from the head ranger, Rob Smith of the Woodbury Tented Camp. And he's an excellent birder, and he told me all the hot spots. So there's a couple more that I need to go to, and what a wonderful tented camp Woodbury Lodge is. And something special that they do there is horseback safaris, and I always wondered, you know, we do quite a bit of birding when we're walking and driving, but it would be a really totally different concept to bird while on horseback. They don't do it here in the main reserve, they actually do it on Carnarvondale, so you could have awesome birding on horseback, plus you could get to see Pumulela and her 3 new little cubbies on horseback. I'm not much of a horseback. Oh, is it 4 cubs? Yep. Not 3, huh? I'm not much of a horse rider, more of a donkey rider. I used to have 3 donkeys growing up.
Well, our buffalo bulls finished up their drink at Ndlovu Dam. They were disturbed a little bit by a safari vehicle that kind of came up perhaps a little bit too close to them. He didn't really do anything wrong. I think the wind is just making them very, very skittish. But they've settled on the other side of the road. We're viewing them at about 50, 60 meters, well outside of their comfort zone. And now they're just going about their business. What a pleasure. Big, beastly bulls. Yeah, I have a feeling they're going to be grazing around our tents tonight. But thankfully, with temperatures now, I reckon, lower than about 12 degrees Celsius, we probably won't be out of bed all that long. Dinner, shower, and we'll all be under the covers. So I've been asked to remind you that we love to keep these drives as interactive as possible. So please keep those questions coming. If you haven't already, please head to our website and subscribe there. It's a nice direct way to get your quizzes through. You can, of course, always add them on Twitter as well with the hashtag WildEarth. And yeah, please keep them coming. We love to chat to you guys. It was a big thing for me to get used to. Prior to WildEarth, I had been a full-time sort of professional guide at lodges, obviously dealing with guests all the time, to suddenly hopping on these vehicles and not really having a person other than the cam op to talk to. It was certainly something to get used to, speaking into camera, not looking into someone's eyes. But yeah, the questions give us that human element. It grounds the whole experience. Timmy from Scotland, thanks for that question. I think it changes day to day. So right now at this very moment it may be as few as 20 or 30 total, but with that large breeding herd that circulates through the area, between 150 and 200 individuals, suddenly that population could spike. But yeah, these bulls and a number of other bachelor groups are resident pretty much through the year, all the time. Yeah, we are ultimately in an open system, open to the greater Kruger National Park. So these animals have the ability to move across literally hundreds of kilometers in a straight line. Millions of acres. Can make locating specific things a bit challenging, but from the perspective of the animals, that is the ultimate freedom. Oh, this big bull going in for a buffalo-sized scratch there. They reckon the average buffalo can have up to 30,000 blood-sucking ticks on its body at any one moment. So any opportunity to rub up against a nice branch, and that is a particularly knobbly knobthorn, they'll take the opportunity to pull off a couple of those ticks. They'll never quite get them all, so the oxpeckers that we very often see on these guys have a constant food source. It never ends. And the little fork-tailed drongo off to the right there, keeping a watchful eye on these guys in the hopes that they flush bugs out of the long grass. All right, well, let's check in with Trish now, see what she's up to.
So we are looking at this mountain here because possibly there are some lions around. It's not really a mountain, it's a koppie. How would you translate that? Small... little mountain maybe? Little hill? I mean, literally it would be little head. It's an Afrikaans word, but it's like a small mountain, small round hill maybe. Anyway, apparently there are 2 lionesses with a couple cubs that have moved up this mountain, and so we're just kind of staking it out, and we are having our binoculars out as well. It's a little bit tough actually because the sun is looking straight at us. It makes it a bit difficult with the binoculars, and I'm sure as Lloyd is probably struggling, makes it difficult with the sun too. But apparently the lionesses will come down just after or once the sun gets low in the sky, around this time. But as usual, if it is a female with cubs, or it's a den site or anything like that, then we don't go there after sunset. Dream Wild, you say, yay lions, you've got your fingers and toes crossed. Well, let's see. I'm just going to poke my nose in so that we can give ourselves a little bit of a relief. There we go. From the sun. Now, of course, we have no idea whether we can just look in this area for now. We have no idea whether this lioness will come down in the same area, obviously. Cool. But it's not a bad place to have a look. She could possibly come out on the other side too. She could just not come down at all. But wouldn't it be something to see 5 little cubbies? I think so. Now obviously we'll also be keeping an ear out for any alarm calls, anything like that. That would be helpful. If lions begin to call, that would be very, very helpful. But that will only happen a little bit later.
Do you sometimes imagine what WildEarth would be like without adverts? A chance to properly immerse yourself in nature without any interruptions. Sign up to be an explorer for a small monthly fee and you can truly escape into the wilderness. Ad-free viewing is now available on our app as well as on our website. Wild Earth, it's in your nature.
Oh, Thomas. You'd like to know if I'm not scared that they may come running out at me? No, Thomas, I'm not scared that they would do that because there is no reason for them to do that. No reason whatsoever for them to come running out. I am nothing to them. I am just another part of the environment. I'm inert. So I don't mean anything to them, so there's no reason for them to focus on me. I'm not being a threat. So yeah, I don't ever think that they might come running out at me. Even though I can understand why you may particularly ask that in this situation, because it's so thick in front of us. Look at that. And we have no idea where they are. But at the same time, excuse me, but at the same time, I'm really nothing to them. So I'm not scared that they would come running out. But thank you for your concern, actually.
Alright, I'm very much covered up here. It is drizzling, it is cold, and that's alright. It's always, I don't mind, we're still out here in the bush. That's the main thing. We're still looking for animals, and I'm still trying to get some extra species on my thing. I think, hold on, wait, what's the time? Can I actually get extra species? I don't know. Half an hour, eh? Oh yeah, I've still got half an hour. Oh, I've still got half an hour. Yay. Alright. Let's see what we can get in this half an hour. Yes, thanks so much, Jordan, for that information. Still got Jordan's saying I've still got half an hour again. Like the third time. Thank you. Alright, let's head slowly up north here. I'm gonna look. I'm looking for some francolins. I haven't got a single francolina or a spurfell on my list. Now that is interesting. So yes, maybe they will be on the road because it's going to be a little bit wet in the grass now. So I'm hoping they'll all congregate on the road itself to make it a little bit easier. But the problem now is the light. It is getting dark, and they might actually go and take cover under some very thick bushes around here. So it might actually play against me. Yeah. But it's alright, let's just go take a look, see if we can get some around this area. I'm just doing a little bit of a slow safari. And just keeping my eyes peeled for any other bird activity while the birds now have disappeared. Linda Foley. Yeah, thank you so much. I know. I tried my utmost best. Yeah, Lauren, well, yeah. Lauren will win again. No, it's all right. Well, it's good. Good on Lauren. She did very well. She really kind of put her head down to it and went straight out. You know, out of the gates. Out of the gates. No holding back. So yes, good on her. Unfortunately, I did not get out too quickly because I was still doing a little bit of searching on other individuals, other cats and all that. So, and I did not know about the birds until yesterday morning. Oh, anyway, that's my fault. So that's my fault. I'm there to blame. So I will not give myself a pat on the back for that one. But it's good. Oh. Thanks, Gert. Yeah, that's exactly. Oh, thanks. It seems at least Gert pats me on my back for a little bit of comfort there. All right. Well, at least it's kind of holding out for now. Still very cold. Oh, thanks, Jordan. You're sending virtual back pats. Oh, you are a star in FC. Thank you so much, Jordan. All right, but now my lucky gloves helped me today. Because as soon as I put my lucky gloves on this afternoon, guess what? We found Marips, that young male leopard. So these gloves, looks like I can't just have them in the bag. I have to wear them for them to kind of produce the luck. Yes, it's like rubbing the genie out of the, what's that, teapot? Not a teapot. What do you call where the genie is, Gert? It's like the lamp. The lamp. Yeah, that's it. Thanks. The teapot. So, please don't go rub a teapot this evening because I'm sure there won't be a genie. It looks like a teapot. Alright, anyway, yeah, so it looks like it worked for me. Alice in Wonderland, my shorts, oh no, my shorts are fine. No, my legs are fine. For some reason my legs are, I'm actually like, my legs is acting like the heater around here. It's like just like radiating a lot of heat from my legs. I don't know. Sounds funny. But my legs are fine. They're fine. It's always my hands and my top body. But yeah, some mornings but this cold is different. See, this is a different cold. This cold is, it's cold. The morning cold is a cold. Well, there's a difference to it. I don't know where the difference comes in. I think the morning cold's like that nippy, icy coldness, where like afternoon cold is just a cold. Yeah. Anyway, enough explanation on that. I think let's continue looking for some animal species. Well, a little bit of a sniffles, but that's fine. That's normal. It's actually warm here, eh, Kat? Yeah. Oh, this is like a warm pocket of air, like exactly where we are now. Yeah, that is amazing. I think we're going to do our entire game drive here, right at this spot, at the junction. Alright, let's slowly. I think I'll have to start using lights here. It's going to help. Alright, well, we're going to continue. I'm heading towards Buffelshoek Dam, so just on the northeastern corner. While we do that, let's head over to Liam in Pridelands.
Cool bananas. Well, good luck there, Cedric. I don't know how much sympathy any of us have for you, though, in your shorts there. Yeah, BK and I are not making ourselves any more uncomfortable than necessary. We are wrapped up nice and warm, just checking out the rapidly disappearing moon in front of us there. Now, with a big bank of cloud rolling into Pridelands, those are the same clouds that are well and truly over Djuma now. This might be the last glimpse we see of the moon tonight. Hopefully it stays dry for us. Goodness me, and it's almost completely gone. Just the last little sliver there. Yeah, the full moon can be a time of enormous activity, in particular for predators. But I don't know how much of its light is going to be cast on this part of the Great Kruger this evening. So, oh, look at that glow. Cheers, Eric. Yeah, it seemed like a good opportunity. And I'm glad we looked when we did, because it's gone. Yeah, you can see that very, very grey cloud. There's certainly some moisture in that. I can see it getting quite low to the ground a bit further east. Frosty, frosty stuff. Yeah, we pulled back into camp. I got my gloves on as well. So let's get cracking. See what we can find in this freezing weather. It's unreal. I think it must be down to about 10 degrees Celsius now. For the low felt, that's weird. Weird for this time of the afternoon. My gloves are definitely lucky, like Cedric's are. Let's see what they provide. Lucky gloves and lucky hat, so double the chances of finding some magic this evening.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
I wonder if the reason Cedric wears shorts is because of his long toes. I don't know, that little dive he had on the dam wall at Chitwa. I think he needs to change tack. Something needs to change, Cedric.
I can't breathe.
Morgan can't breathe. But he's still got his longs on. Very intelligently so. I've got about 3 pairs of longs on, 2 pairs of socks, and about 7 shirts and jerseys and things. So, yeah, hopefully tomorrow I can come out with a couple less layers. But just listen to the birds. And there's a couple of Cape scrub robins, white-browed scrub robins. The real songbirds are the robins.
Alright, now we're coming now on left Buffelshoek Dam, and I've put my hoodie down a bit now because it seems like at least the wind has died down. I think the wind was really cold. I think the wind was the one that really kind of made the temperature quite chilly around here this afternoon. But now it just seems like it's the wind has died down a little bit, and the temperature's just kind of stayed nice and easy for now. But I think tomorrow morning should be a cold one. If today was cold like this, there's no sun that was heating up the ground, so there's no real heat that's kind of been left behind if there is cloud cover. So I think tomorrow morning might be a very cold one, but that's fine. All good and well. Alright, so I'm going down this side, just going to take a look for those buffaloes. Just want to see if anything has come back onto Djuma later this afternoon. I did have 1 or 2 males still kind of like lagging behind the rest of the herd. But you never know what's actually happened later, like after that. Maybe they bumped into lions or something and they came back south. So let's just go along the boundary and have a quick view. Bush babies here sometimes. We used to get like bush babies on this side here. A nice family of 3. We always used to see them, but I haven't seen them now since I've been back. I haven't seen them that side. Florentine, you say I sound like somebody that's been skiing for 5 hours at a negative something degrees Fahrenheit. No, I sound bad. I'm fine. Sorry, maybe there's like a Flemish or something. I do apologize. No, I'm fine. Do I sound funny? I don't know. No, I'm fine. Thank you. Ooh, I see eyes. I know, it's impartless. Alright. Oh, so okay, so I sound fine, but you think I sound cold? Yes, Laurentine, I am cold. It is cold. It is cold. We're not used to this kind of temperature, especially a drop in temperature compared to the last 3-4 days, or actually the last week. So yeah, it's always going to be cold. Of course, sniffles and all that, typical. But I'm always high in spirits. Always, no matter how cold, how hot, I'm always high in spirits because I feel just being out here and just showing nature to everybody is always it's always a pleasure, and it's always warming to me. So yeah, always good. All right, I might be going into a dip. If the picture does break up a little bit here, I will apologize prior to the time. I just want to double check. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does break up. Let's see. I got an owl here the other night. Owl. Ooh, what's that? Is it? No owl. All right. Well, I'm gonna still look around, see if we can find some owls for tonight. While we do that, let's head over to Lauren.
I don't know where Cedric is, where he doesn't feel the wind chill, but we are frozen on this vehicle. Oh, we got quite wet. Oh, I thought that was an owl. It's not. I'm seeing things. So we are just slowly chilling on quarantine. We're gonna hunker down, I think, under a tree and just see what comes by in the night. I don't believe we've got too long left of the challenge. An owl or a white-tailed mongoose would go down very well. Yeah, we have got some impala. But, ooh, it is very cold. But your questions are really, really, really welcome. Keep them coming in. Fire them away. This is honestly the time of night where we can just keep on answering all your questions. Question after question, we want to hear from you. We're not busy really tracking anymore or getting distracted. Okay, wow, we've got zebra on one side and impala on the other. Owen, you can choose. I think I know what you're going to choose. Okay, we're going to go into infrared. I didn't get that name, but you're asking about Swazi mating and what that means for Masingita. Now, I'm a little bit worried about Masingita because obviously Masingita is the sub-adult that has a really injured paw, very injured. And although hyenas are very resilient and they can sort of bounce back from their injuries, we don't really know what that meant for Masingita because she was young. So I don't know if she's still around. I'm worried, but obviously I hope she's very much around, and I hope that this was just Swazi mating. But it won't mean anything particular, if that makes sense. If a mother spotted hyena goes on to have another litter, they still have a really close affiliation with their daughters and even sons before they disperse. So it won't mean anything for Masingita, but I do have to be honest, I'm a little bit worried. Hope that I'm worrying for nothing. Hope that we get to see Masingita soon, but I think that's quite a big injury for a youngster to sustain. So let's just cross our fingers and hope for the best. We've got a jam cam. We've got a naturalist that drives the whole property just to find hyenas. So hopefully we will be able to catch up with Masingita. But it doesn't mean anything if Swazi was to have another litter. It does seem quite early to me. I think, please correct me if I'm wrong, Masingita was born last year, April. As far as I know, I obviously wasn't here then, but that is still quite early. But maybe because Swazi's high ranked, maybe she's just coming to estrus again and she's just ready. But what a fascinating sighting that was this morning. If any of you missed it, you must go back and watch it. I'm actually just checking my mammals app to see if it says anything about the estrus cycle. Catherine, I honestly don't know. Comet was one of my favourites. Blind in one eye. Really easy to recognise and just a very funny hyena. Him and Saka. Saka was my real favourite. Saka's not been seen in forever, and Comet, I haven't seen him this time or heard anything about him. Cedric had Comet 3 days ago. Oh wow, okay, well there you go, on live drive. Cedric had Comet, there you go. Comet is definitely the father of some of the cubs in this clan, but there you go, Catherine. Comet is doing absolutely fine. I'm still not getting to this estrus cycle. This mammal app is not very user-friendly.
Probably Gorgonzola.
Gorgonzola?
Yeah.
That's your very, very favourite one.
I don't know. Yeah. The good Stilton's quite nice.
He eats a lot of cheddar Roshan on drive. And is it Gouda or Gouda? What do you say?
Gouda, I suppose.
A lot of people say it differently, so I'm never sure how to pronounce that one, but that's what he eats on drive. I love halloumi with a tiny crinkle of rock salt and lemon juice and smoked applewood. They're my favourites. Oh, and brie. But Owen likes gorgonzola. Thanks for that, Roshan. I'm glad we're still sticking with Owen being the cheese master. He offered me some cheese tonight, actually. I said no. PM Drive is all about Lauren eating vegetables, as many as I can. Just ask the directors. They get to see everything. Oh dear. Sorry, I'm still scrolling this mammals app. I'm just really curious to know what it says about the estrus cycle, but it was fascinating seeing Swazi, and I don't know where Masangita is, but we will do our best, or at least I will do my very best before I go to try and piece everything in the clan together. Cheese or no cheese. Every second day, though, there is cheese.
Do you love relaxing at a waterhole with the sights and sounds of Africa all around you? Well, we have some really exciting news for you. From August 1st, Africam is joining forces with WildEarth to bring the majesty of Africa right into your living room with 9 incredible new waterhole cameras from across South Africa and Kenya. Get ready to embark on a new journey. This is Live at the Waterhole.
Not much has changed on this side. We're still looking out at the mountain, a little copy where we're hoping the lioness with her cubs come down. We just have a little bit of light left. And you are looking at the moon. Beautiful full moon rising. Oh, isn't that special? The bush is quiet. It's that time, that cusp just before all of the diurnal animals turn in and all of the nocturnal animals begin to stir. Sorry, I do have my game drive radio on. I'm just very soft, and that's because there's another vehicle on the other side of this copy, and we need to communicate if either of us see any movement from the lionesses. So you might hear it go off every now and then. Joseph, you say it's a full moon tonight. Beware the were hyenas. At this rate, I feel like the full moon is just a big chunk of cheese, and beware the were Owen. I'm seeing cheese everywhere. Just talking about Owen and his cheese-scapades. It's just a bit too much. It's cracking Jordan, our director, up, I can tell you that much. Especially since he said he likes gorgonzola. I'm a pretty simple gal myself. I'm like a simple cheddar, Gouda, mozzarella, you know. I keep it simple. What about you, Lloyd? You like a gorgonzola for you too?
No.
Yeah, good old cheddar. I do love Dutch cheese, though. Whenever my friends go to the Netherlands, I always ask them to send me cheese. Anyway, let's turn around because I want to be able to see the copy. I know you can't see me. It's okay, though, because you won't have to look at me for too long. Hi, Patricia. You'd like to know, how do lions hunt in such terrain? They don't. Because they have cubs, they're up in this area. Oh, there we go. Sorry, that's just our canopy. Let me go back a little bit so a little less of the canopy is in our view. If it's even possible to do that without getting closing the road. No, it's not. Okay, we're gonna have to deal with the canopy a little bit, but I think it's okay. So Patricia, they don't hunt in this area. The only reason that, unless an opportunity comes along, the only reason that they are up on this little koppie, or this little hill, rocky hill, is because they have cubs. So this is an area where they're stashing cubs, where they're staying with cubs, where they're relaxing and resting. Perhaps previously this was an area where they denned. So it's not an area where they go out hunting, which is why we know that they went up here and they come down from here. So when they become active around this time of day, that's when they're going to come down from the mountain. And then going to be hunting, if they can, over on this side, further down. But up there, unless there is, a great opportunity comes their way, it's unlikely that they will actually be able to hunt. Painted Leopard, you say you agree Dutch cheese is the best. It really is. Good Dutch cheese is great. You know, simple flavors. Sorry, just a vehicle passing us. Everyone is still getting used to the L sign. So when other vehicles pass us, we usually show them this sign here. Maybe you can see it. There we go. Oh, there we go. We do this because it stands for live, right? But it also is like loser. So like the first time that I show it to people, I'm always a little bit like live instead of just showing the L. Oh. Come on, lionesses. Just a little more time. That's all. In fact, we might have to leave after this. Okay, let me send you over to Liam in Pridelands. And we'll decide what's happening next.
BK and I fumbling a little bit here to try and get focus on a couple of elephants hunkered down in the thick stuff here. It is next to impossible to get a good clear view with the infrared. You just kind of see shapes sort of moving in there. 10 points to the first person who can find the elephant. They're there. Just see a big head. Yeah, I think more to the right there, Beaks. Yeah, central. Yeah, you got it there. Yeah, again, not too much to be seen. It was, you just see it rocking back and forth there. Possibly trying to keep warm in this thicket. But we probably won't hang around here too long. Not exactly a quality look for all of you guys. But yeah, the perfect place to come and rest. This is a ridge top. They can't really get out of the wind wherever they go. But at least up here, the temperature is a couple of degrees warmer. Now that's the theory anyway. We're feeling pretty frosty. Alrighty, I think probably best to crack on then. Barbara, probably the prey species. Sorry, just trying to get my glove back on there. Yeah, probably the prey species. So things like the smaller antelope, zebra, giraffe, that sort of thing. They're the ones that get really skittish and want to try and hide away when it's like this. But yeah, I've occasionally had drives with guests where you do whatever the entire 3 hours without seeing really anything. Maybe a duiker. Hard to put on a brave face when you've got 6 fairly disappointed faces behind you. Thinking you must be the worst naturalist in the entire world because you haven't been able to show them anything. But yeah, that's just the way it goes. Thankfully, those days rarely last very long. Maybe 1 or 2 days at most. But it can be tough when it's a person's dream holiday and they've booked a year in advance. They're expecting lions and leopards and elephants around every corner. And it can be a big challenge. Oh, there's Ellie's, a bit closer. I don't know, it's worth a try. Excuse the lights of Hoedspruit there. But there's a couple of pachyderms. That's a bit clearer. Nice. This looks like a little breeding herd.
Not everyone gets excited to hear a leopard chuff, spot a pangolin, or see a real impala rut. But if you are wild about the wild, you can become part of a community of like-minded nature lovers and share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Join the Explorers Club and you will also enjoy the many benefits that come with it too. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Also amazing that these ellies are navigating these fairly treacherous hilltops, covered in rocks, full of stumps, a couple of pretty nasty drop-offs in total darkness. They don't have great eyesight. In the dark it is no better than ours is. So they're going essentially by smell, by feeling around with the tip of their trunk and with their incredibly sensitive feet. They're not quite the lumbering, clumsy giants that sort of cartoons would have you believe. They're actually really elegant, quite light on their feet.
We're still sitting on quarantine. I'm about to sneeze. Sorry, everyone. Literally, as the director was counting me down, it felt like she was counting me down to sneeze. Anyway, quarantine's a good place to finish your drive. You get to see all the animals hunkered together, watch their behaviour. I've spent many a night on this open area where a storm rolled in, a summer storm, which is okay, and the predators come out. I remember one memory vividly. It was Davi and I on quarantine. The storm was rolling in summer. We were watching the impalas. It was coming towards the end of drive, and the impalas started alarm calling. We looked using the spotlight into the thicket and we could just see these red eyes and out launched Tingana, my favorite leopard of all time. Ugh, miss him so much. And Tingana got a lamb. It was lambing season, it was summer, and he launched out, got a lamb, and started walking away. And as we followed Tingana, it was dark, we're using a spotlight. Who rounded the corner but Tandy? This was the time where we were seeing Tingana and Tandy, our leopards, in this area all the time. They were really utilising this as their core area. Tandy was very much in Tingana's territory. He was her king, really. And this was all happening at the same time as thunder, lightning, rain. Oh, it was chaos. Well, sometimes it's good to just come to quarantine. This is an easy place to spot genets, white-tailed mongoose, listen to alarm calls. Hyenas are always on quarantine roaming this area. It's a good place to start and it's a good place to finish. Because the grass is short, you can see far. Oh, is the rain back on? Can you see it? I can't wait to jump into bed. Okay, we're going to just slowly, really slowly move through quarantine, see what else we can find. But for now, over to Liam.
Well, BK and I still sat on our ridge top overlooking the distant town of Hoedspruit, but focused on our herd of peaceful pachyderms happily feeding away in these icy conditions. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be bothering them in the slightest. They're just going about their business. A whole bunch of mums and youngsters. I've been asked to announce that Lauren won that Ranger race. So, yeah, big congrats to Lauren. Awesome. Well done. I think the big message to be sending across in the last couple of days with World Ranger Day having kind of come and gone yesterday, is to give a couple of minutes thought to the brave souls out there, the men and women on foot in the dark right now, on guard, protecting our most threatened species. Things like Africa's troubled elephants, our struggling rhinos, the pangolins, and a whole multitude of other species. Yeah, without the efforts of those brave men and women, programs like WildEarth probably wouldn't have very much to look at. Not only in Africa, there are rangers all around the world looking after important species, keystone animals. So yeah, we are eternally grateful to you guys, and hats off to you. I hope in this coming year all of those rangers get the funding, the support and all the tools that they need to do that most critical of jobs. You can do your bit at home by donating to the big ranger setups. African Parks is a great one. The Sheldrick Trust in East Africa that works with elephants, another brilliant one. SaveTheRhino.org is also amazing. Working with all 5 species of rhino on the planet, not just the white and black in Africa. Oh, give them a Google, check them all out. This little Ellie popping out in front here, I might just switch off the headlights, leave it nice and dark. Hello, youngster. Thanks very much there, Tiggs. Glad to hear things are looking balmy down on the garden route. It is such a nice part of the world. Oh, this guy crunching away at a little raisin bush. Not a good day to be a tree. And lots of flatulence. I don't know if you heard that. Oh, can smell it on the breeze. The system of an elephant produces an enormous amount of methane gas. They reckon enough to power a small car 20 miles every single day.
Did you know that the WildEarth team makes weekly behind the safari content? Would you like to get to know the WildEarth family better? See how we live.
This is Igor's bedroom.
Learn about our production process. And see the antics that happen off camera. Sign up to be an explorer and you will get access to all this content and more.
This has been the most incredible little window into the lives of a breeding herd in the dark. And totally unintrusive at that. Again, I've always felt it's extremely important to try and keep interactions with elephants positive. We know that they have incredible memories. So give an elephant a bad experience with people and it'll almost certainly carry that information into the next encounter it has with a vehicle. Obviously, potentially with disastrous consequences. So better it's positive. I'm sure these Ellies will be nice and relaxed the next time they see a game drive.
Yay, we did it. Team Libra, we did it. You hear that, Owen? Although, to be fair, Mr. Gorgonzola back there did go with both teams. You're a bit of a traitor, Owen. But it's okay.
What happens is Sir Gorgonzola.
I think his heart was in it with me. Yay, we did it. We worked hard. We worked really hard, I'll tell you that. Elka, thank you. Insects, reptiles, birds, mammals. We tried to put everything on. Cedric got a fish though. That's pretty impressive. I'm not going to lie. No amphibians. But still, we worked hard the past few days. And I think having hyenas mating and a hyena cup was also pretty awesome. It's been a very good day for me. I have enjoyed every single moment of it. That's why sometimes you just got to spend time with the clan. Sit there. Linda Polly, absolutely. Well done to everybody. I think everybody worked hard. Juma's one of the easier reserves to do it, I'm not going to lie. And Amakala. Madikwa is tough. It's really tough. Lots of animals, yes, but also a lot of driving to get to lots of animals. But well done to all. We did this in celebration of World Ranger Day. To celebrate all the rangers out there and everyone who works hard out in nature. It's not for everyone, but it's the most wonderful career when it pays off. And you can see, even although we're in infrared, that it is raining. Not too heavy or I would have been home, but I'm really hoping that it doesn't rain too heavy throughout the night. And I most definitely hope that it's not raining tomorrow. Raining in summer is one thing. Raining in winter, woof, that is a whole other ball game. And now that we don't have to run around to find species, I would quite like to focus on spending more time at the dam. Catherine is saying, well done, Lauren and the Cheese Master. Owen, I think it's going to stick. He's got many nicknames. Owen, OD. Maybe that's about it, actually. Uncle Owen, Cheese Master. We're collecting lots of nicknames for him. But I have worked with Owen for a very long time now, since 2019, Owen, is that right? So we do have that relationship where we tease each other a lot, I'm not going to lie. And we can do that because we know each other. Sometimes when it's a new cameraman, you've got to learn that dance. Not so easy. You've got to really learn each other. Maybe the dance is going to go smoothly, maybe it's not. But with Owen, we got that tango a long time ago. Which is why we can tease each other. So in case you wonder, there's a lot of love there. And a lot of love for cheese as well. What is he doing? Back to the Impala, Owen. Nope. He's going to throw me under there? No, he's going back to the Impala. Good, I'm glad. Not like Davy zooming into my nose. But it has been really good fun. I really have enjoyed the Ranger race. Put my wee heart and soul into it and ended up getting so lucky. I think I would have been sad if I didn't have a leopard on that list. Thank goodness for Klalamba. But on that note, Impala, stay safe. Stay dry, stay warm. I know I will. And of course we have come to the end of the Sunset Bumble. The sun has set, it is over, but thank you everyone for jumping on board and please do join us tomorrow. Until then, have a fantastic night.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
morning, everyone, and welcome to the very start of your sunrise bumble through the African bush. We are here in Djuma Private Game Reserve, which just sits on the western fringes of the Kruger National Park, and we have actually started with a bang. It's not the best visual, but we do have two southern ground hornbills up there. A new species for my list. If you don't know what I'm speaking about, don't worry, I'm going to explain it to you in just a moment. But first, good morning. My name is Lauren, and I have Uncle Owen on camera. Sir Owen, he prefers to be called. But we